Alrighty. So, back over to here. I did do that right. Yeah, I did. Cool. Let's go. Uh, oh, that's that. That's there. That's there. And I'll be right back because I forgot something. Alright, so like actually it's time to be forgetting. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Hopefully it's I mean it should be less hot for you. Maybe because of smoke cover, which is, its own issue. But it's hopefully less hot. Uh, uh, maybe, kind of. Eventually, it could happen. Oh, it's only been almost 2 weeks, I think. It's been like a week, no? I swear it was only like a week. Why am I doing this the hard way? Why am I doing this? I just look at Discord. I have a channel where I post when I go live. The 18th. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like a week ago. Yeah, it's not that bad. Smoke is gone, thankfully. Oh. Well, I mean, that's... Did you by chance spend a lot of time outside when you shouldn't have? Just out of curiosity. I'm just saying. And yes, the window rolled down while in the car counts. Just... Speaking of that, well, no, you... Wait, no, your car just don't go in the garage, I don't think. Oh, hopefully the ash didn't mess with the paint too much. I think you said it was supposed to rain. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but either way, smoke is gone. Yay. Moving on up in the world, kind of. Ignoring whatever the hell's happening with Hasbro at the moment. I'm not actually sure. I don't know if I want to know. I had to at work. We had a couple of deliveries. 10k gallon tank. Do I want to know how much it takes to fill up 10,000 gallons of gas? I feel like it's significantly longer than, your 8 to like 9, maybe 10 or so gallon gas tank in a car. Just going on a limb here. I could be wrong, but I'm not. I could be, but I'm not. So I guess taking a little... Would like a little... Working... What? There's gotta be a term for them. They're like little disposable masks. Surely that would do something. No. This is... Oh. That's what I was afraid of. Uh... Those workers' comp? I feel like that would probably fall under workers' comp. Not that you don't have enough random accidents that would fall under that. Yeah. It's not the greatest superpower, but it is one. And it's the thought that counts, kind of, sort of. And it could be worse, so there's that. Could be worse. Yep. Any more progress on your project? Well, projects. You've got multiple projects. It was big. Oh, not the Tolkien mask. Oh. Yeah, I have sunscreen. The sunscreen in question, like 10 SPF. And full summer sun. Probably in Australia. Yeah. No. Not good enough. Not good enough. Granted, this one has a little bit of a quicker turnaround time in terms of your lungs feeling like shit, but you know, it's breathing. Like who likes breathing? Who needs to breathe? That's should actually just start sleeping underwater. I think it would solve so many problems, like the heat. A little lazy for a while. Hopefully you have some sort of emergency inhaler then, right? Right. I don't think they're that expensive. They might be. I could be wrong. It was a long time ago, the last time I had to have one of those on hand, so like I really don't know. Maybe arguably should still. Not really. But hey, at least it's no longer spring. It's no longer spring because it's summer, which... But at least there's less pollen. So, you know, like yeah, there's less pollen. Knocked my heart bright and early. Oh, but then I have to go supervise putting a new fence in at the walls. Do you think I was gonna like? Hashtag preparation. There's another word that I want to use that I can't remember, but whatever. Yeah, there's the other too. Do you foresee that being a good prognosis or a what the hell did you do to it? Why is it not healing prognosis? Because I mean, I know 50 cal, like, it's valid, but like also a lot of kinetic force. So, you know. Also, I don't like the quotation marks around supervise. What do you mean quotation mark supervise? Why not just supervise? Monty. Not that it was, you know, hidden subterfuge. Words not work right now. Well, the idea is for Minecraft stuff, but the flashback mode is. Would you actually replay the recordings? Or speeds of it. Let's go. W convalescence. Healing. Technically, I think convalescence is. Well, it's like the same thing. Kind of. A little more negative, technically, but you know. The idea is the same. The idea is that. Hashtag healing. Yeah. Sucks about the replays, but you know. Helping getting approved announcement on how to install it. It's your mentor arc. It's just your mentorship arc. That's what this is. Forcefully, but you know, it is. I'd recommend skipping the part of the arc where your mentees become the target of some super powerful organization or something. Not great. They usually end up dead or captured for a long time and locked away. So, doesn't sound super fun, but otherwise, yeah, good. Slightly more progress than I've had, I suppose. I don't know if you've ever tried recording or working up the energy to record in a room with no AC. Because I also can't have the fan on, because I can't have the noise gate on, because otherwise it cuts stuff off. Because, little known fact, you might not know this, I tend to talk somewhat quietly at times, between words or whatnot. Occasionally. It happens. It doesn't love that so much, which makes editing kind of painful. Yeah. It's recorded. And or Ian, sort of. Not like tangent's the right word, but it's the right. It gets the idea across. So we'll see. We're experimenting, but it's going to be what I have to use as long as the audio quality isn't garbage. So you know, writing the next part of the campaign. 2-month break. Hashtag preparation time. Gonna come back with a banger of a session trying to cobble together an MTG deck for. That's right, you did suddenly get pulled into Magic the Gathering with your dragon summoning deck. Bonus of office in the basement. Yeah, don't remind me. Not envious at all. No, I wouldn't. No. No. Cold in the winters. I wouldn't give. Well, I mean, I probably complete, but you know. Again, you can add more layers. There's only so many layers you can remove. Okay, it's just at a certain point. There's just nothing left to take off, and then what do you do? I don't have like a tub of water on hand to sit in or anything. Tub might be underselling it, but you know, you need something a little bit more than a tub, I think. I think you call it a bathtub, and it's like not really tub sized when you say tub. It's not important. The important thing is there's been progress on all fronts. If with less than you're doing, because more of a focus on one project and then try and redo it because not happy with it, and then focus harder on it. But you know, the deck is going to be a slower build, of course. Are expensive. I don't want to be a bracket 4 or higher. Don't know what that means, but happy for you. Everybody's good idea to build one mimicking one Shinwu does. Isn't a perfect representation of the Shadow Monarch army? Monarch army is an idea. It's certainly an idea. That it definitely qualifies as an idea. Let's see. What's he saying? Right, he kills them and then raises them up. So that sounds like it has the potential to be either a LARPing deck sort of thing, or it's fun but maybe not the most efficient, or completely broken. I don't know which one it's going to fall under. I'll be totally honest. No clue. But time will tell. Leave it to you to find the expensive deck. But I think most things in Magic the Gathering are expensive, which is also, funnily enough, Hasbro. Oh, that's right. They're both Hasbro. D&D. Kind of. D&D's Wizards of the Coast, though, isn't it? Was that a Hasbro thing? I feel like a Hasbro IPs. Oh, they do have Dungeons and Dragons. Right. Right. Basically, summon a bunch of zombies, pump them up with +1/+1, and then fling them at your opponents with the commander's ability. I'm guessing there's at least a couple of stronger ones in there. Thematically, it would make sense, but... Or would they just keep getting stronger, then they'd be like the stronger ones? I'll just get released in Magic the Gathering. I mean, at this point they have basically everything in Magic the Gathering, so that doesn't surprise me. But, you know, apparently Hasbro does own the Dungeons and Dragons IP. I forget when they acquired that, but apparently they did. And I also remember seeing a video about them being somewhat in trouble over something, but I don't know if that was just people dramatizing again, or if they actually did something stupid. But the internet peoples do love their catastrophization, so, you know. Hard to say. I clicked on every clickbaity drama now video, then I literally have nothing else to do in the day, so I'm good, thanks. I specifically avoid Twitter. Visit the bigger. Just build them up and use them as free fodder. Ah. So they're okay. Are there plans for larger ones, or isn't it like Southern would just be all of the small zombies that get bigger if they just get bigger? Twitter scares you, valid. Or is it just like a horde thing? Just like this is me having played Left 4 Dead, and like they'd have like the special type zombies and whatnot on top of the baseline ones, which is probably what gave me the idea. But it could be. I don't know how Magic the Gathering works, so maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. Happy for you though. Still don't know what bracket 4 is, but why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Stay. Okay. Problem solved, problem solved. Anyway. I don't know what the protocol is. Like, how much should I move around? Feels like I can. I just get, like, you know. Framing. I took photography classes. It's just a... Anyway. Are the cards that dad bonuses for how many zombies have? Allows you to get basically 3 free mana per sacrifice. Oh. Okay. Okay. I see. I have been enlightened. Well. That sounds really annoying to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. probably at least moderately effective. If they know it's coming, maybe they could put up something to counter it, but otherwise, well, and bring back the creatures with the other cards. This didn't completely work. Fair enough. I have faith. This is why I have more team. Matcha specifically. Bracket 4 is getting into tournament level of strength, I believe. So is that like the lower the number, the higher the bracket is, or the lower the bracket is? Just out of curiosity. This is trauma from Riot having League go from high number to low number, and the lowest number is the highest, and then Valorant doing the opposite for some reason. Couldn't tell you why, but they did. It was a choice. It was definitely a choice. Like I don't know why. But it was a choice that they made. Can't really. Well, I mean, you could try and ask on Twitter or something, I guess. But like, are you gonna get an answer? Who knows? It's a very specific question you'd be asking. So, a giant demon dragon. I don't know what that's hard to say. Launching friendlies at enemies and killing them with splattered zombies. You're not wrong. It's also unique, I think. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do in Magic the Gathering. So I feel like it's probably at a point where everything's been done already, but maybe not. I don't know. I was gonna say the world is your oyster, but it still rules. So that what would I swap that with? The something is your oyster. Because the deck is your oyster doesn't really roll off the tongue. The game is your oyster? It doesn't. Okay, so it starts at the bottom with the low number. Got it. It is pre-constructed, upgraded, pre-con, optimized or something, and bracket 5 is like whatever. And how I learned. Ye olden days. Yeah, when everyone actually bought the cards instead of just making the cards with printouts and stuff. But yeah, I guess, being a nigh on infinity number of universes you can add to it, it's kind of a lot of things you can do with Magic the Gathering. Yeah. This is true. This is, yeah. Which definitely complicates the game, but also makes it hard to get. I guess if it's the sort of thing you're into, then you're never gonna really run out of stuff to do. And if you're not into it, then you wouldn't get past the starting point anyway, so it's, I guess nothing lost really. In high school, for like $50 was with friends when you sold it last week. Now that's a return on investment. Mm. Oh, we're not even gonna bother trying to do the math on that because, but that's 4 times, right? The thing is 4 times. Whatever, not important. Mm. I wonder if they have BattleTech and Magic the Gathering. I mean, I'd assume probably. Who knows? So long editions like Marvel and TNT might come around. Might use it. You'll get bored eventually. Probably. Maybe. Maybe not. But the, I guess at the end of the day, there's infinite options. They'll all, well, okay. Maybe not always, but they're there. They're there. Well, how much it goes for? Supply and demand. Whatever you decide it's worth. You know, I haven't given up on like trying to assign worth to things. It's just worth what it is. Yeah. And, it should be worth what they want for it, but mm, that's another argument entirely. Well, conversation, I guess, technically. Yeah. It's, What is stuff like Black Lotus goes for? Very large amounts of money. For reasons. I guess the same reason as people buy really expensive watches and whatnot. Just cause. Whatever. I wouldn't. But if you want to, like, go for it. I guess. People's money is people's money. So, yeah. Nothing bad? Well, that's good. The injury list was starting to get a bit long, so I would worry. Ooh. No. Oh. Well, that wasn't ideal. Good show. I blow money on all the dumb things. Eh, that was what you make of it. But, meh. The point of money is to get you the things that you need and the things that make you happy. So, people like different things. They will value different things. The majority of society would be like, oh, you spent millions of dollars on a car that shouldn't arguably be worth millions of dollars. But yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. But you do like a quarter of that on, I don't know, setting up a really nice room for gaming or just cards or something. And they're like, oh, what the hell? Why? That's so dumb. It's so stupid. I'm like, no. It's not something I'd do because it's not really my interest. But I mean, if I had the time and money to set up like a room for what is the motion capture and use it for the 3D, then we'll probably do that. And most people think it is silly. I would turn around and point at their expensive jewelry and be like, well, what the hell's that doing for you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't care. Nope. This is also me trying to loosen up my neck because I may have slightly been sitting on. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Yeah. On the more depressing side of things, I did check to see how MechWarrior Online is doing, and it's to like 550 people on average daily, which you know, wasn't a lot. Granted, at its peak on Steam, mind you, so I guess it technically doesn't count to the client, so maybe it's fine. I don't know, but on Steam, its peak was like a 1900 average, so tempted to download it again to see, but maybe when it's less hot, because I know that if nothing else, that game is probably still not amazingly well optimized, which means heat. I'm surprised it's still running. That also led to me looking at MechWarrior 5, but I can't get that at the moment, so I'm not going to worry about it. Does apparently have co-op. Just saying. But, you know. I feel like the next time I'm able to get a MechWarrior game, it'd be whatever they come out with next. Assuming that's not going to be in like another 5 to 10 years. I've very specifically knocked on wood. Do you miss playing that again? I miss my technically somewhat unoptimal but very fun Mad Cat 2. Even if the grind was a bit ridiculous, which is probably why it was not more popular. Well, it's definitely why it wasn't more popular. Switching between MechWarrior and CS and Go. No, you're dating yourself. And me. But, you know, yourself. This dude's been out for like 3 years now? 2 years? 2 or 3 years? Something like that? I don't know. It was longer than that, even though we've been playing it regularly, but you know. Not the point. Just saying. Susie's fine, but you know. Not MechWarrior. Just yeah, thanks for that, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. It was great. Love that. I still want them to get a slightly better damage model, though. Also, definitely don't get MechWarrior 5 for the voice acting and story. No. 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 But hey, that's what mods are for. Steam 2018. No. That's almost 10 years. Before the Dark Ages. Dude, like, I feel like context clues, you should be able to figure it out. It happened in 2019. Yeah. I'm picking one because I refused. I'm not giving you this number. But we'll just call it 7 years. Give or take one. Mostly give. Well, take. Mostly take one. It's not really giving one, because that would be 8. And it definitely wasn't 8 years. Anyway. Can I make them sound like the villager mon from... Make who? Oh, I highly doubt that someone has made moaning villager sound effects for the NPCs in MechWarrior 5. Follow me where I feel like that's very niche, okay? I feel like calling that very niche might be underselling it more than slightly. Yeah. Just maybe, okay? Just slightly. But that is not that I'm obsessed with voice acting or anything, because I'm not. I'm just interested. But it was never great. That's the one thing I remember. That and the story having decent sized issues with. The gameplay itself, I mean, it's MechWarrior, so there's some problems with the I have seen, but it's still MechWarrior. Barring booting up MechWarrior Online, which you can spend a long time in queue, even almost a decade ago. I got the game if I could. SMH lost in business. Okay, better. Okay. I do wonder if they do a reboot of MechWarrior Online at some point, though. Even if they just optimize things better and like upgrade tech things. I just want a better damage model. In Isle Korea, the damage model is it's so good. It's so good. Oh. Do I bother showing? I could make it work, I think. Still a slight discussion on it, but we'll see. Is that it? Which one of these do I want to use? We'll use this one. Put the link in your tab. I just don't need boot. Yeah, would be nice. But theoretically, we get War Dogs soon, so like that should work solidly. Now I need to. Right, I have to go to this. Open this. Change it so y'all can actually hear. You can hear. We'll drop that down one, I guess? Well, let's let me know how the audio is, but I need to also pull it up. Yeah, that would help. That would help. Hey, look at that. That is loud. Also, that has music. Alright, cool. So, never mind. We'll try this one. Can y'all stop with like music and shorts? Sure. Good enough. Why? Oy vey. Oh. Hold on. Did it always not have any? Nope, it definitely had an engine cowling before. That got blown off. Okay. I would like to point out, I can't think of very many games where you can take a part of a vehicle off as like a damage model thing. And hey, this probably does affect its cooling in terms of it, that it makes it slightly better. Granted, it would also negatively impact the flight model because that's why you have the engine cowling in the first place. But you know, I'm just saying. It's not very many. Hoping more for like them getting shot and less crashing. I feel like this is what I think they call not good. That's and yet that I feel like that was inevitable. I feel like that was not the most ideal formation playing. You could oh. Explosion effect used a little bit of work. Don't love that camera work. That was a bit trippy. We'll stop on this one. I have noticed a trend for where the nose comes off, which, okay, keep in mind, this is still early access. So it should theoretically get better as well. That, I don't know about you. I think that's pretty sexy. Like, it's really cool. It's about the same reason that I play War Thunder, and this is better than War Thunder, significantly. Oh gee, I wonder why your pilot's license got revoked. Yeah, I wonder. Would you like to share with the class why maybe you lost your piloting privileges? Maybe? Hmm? Hmm? What was yours? Oh man. Still waiting. Some playtime on BF3 and BF4. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah. For the record, very wasteful use of an aircraft. In case you were wondering. Okay. So it's funny you mention the Japanese because next video. I say next video. It's still technically next video. It just feels like there should have been a more recent video before it, which there wasn't. Well, the background footage is there. I need to remember to turn up the volume though, because I had it the same as I did for the ZZZ one, and it's a little quieter than ZZZ is, because Gaijin audio balancing. So something to remember. Leveling the entire gas station to 2 tanks. Yeah, if you want to do the cost analysis on one plane versus 2 tanks, sorry, one plane and the C4 that you put on it versus 2 tanks, I'm curious, which one's more expensive, do you think? Keep in mind you also had the armament on the plane still, you just didn't use it. Hmm? Uh-huh. He'll keep coming up with excuses. I'm aware of this fact. This is not new. You could have literally just used the actual weapons in the plane. I'm just saying, I know that this is a revolutionary idea, but you could just shoot them. Yeah. Much like they were shot, because that's the wing, and also yeah, in the background. Yeah, that's not great. When the aircraft starts doing this whole like black smoke thing, and then also, you know, diving towards the ground, that's usually a bad sign. Dyslexica thought the jet was armament. I don't think that's how that works. But point proven, I suppose. And no, I don't even know why I'm following this game, because I don't play flight sims. They're cool. You need a fairly decent PC to play them usually, though. It's in this economy without any sort of income, especially. You know. Is it just me, or does the music feel even quieter? Is the music even audible? Still does. Yeah, good. Okay, because I do have it quieter for myself, granted, but I was looking in OBS and it doesn't really show up. But as long as it's audible, that's good. It would be weird if it was suddenly inaudible after being audible before, but it wouldn't be the first time that that's happened. I don't think I've had any updates recently. So it really shouldn't have, but it could technically, and I would get it. Be annoyed, but I get it. Mm. Yeah. DCS is like kind of fun in theory, but well, look, I enjoy realism to an extent. However, I kind of draw the line at A, it didn't really run super well. B, I draw the line at needing to read an actual manual on the aircraft to be able to operate it proficiently. I like a mix. This is why I like the Battlefield. Not all of us flew planes into our problems. Okay, like that's problematic. Also expensive. Yes, it was effective technically, but it was expensive. A10 from Armor 3. The the legally distinct A10. Yeah. Ugh. Arma 4 when hopefully I have a new PC for that and I can actually, you know, do stuff with it. I don't really want to get Reforger because it should be soon-ish in like the next year or so that Arma 4 comes out. But it would be cool to make missions for it. Maybe even like, well, I say missions, set up bases and stuff, and also missions. Could be fun. Hopefully the AI is better. Time will tell. I'm a simple man. True. True. I'm not making comment. I'm just saying. True. Simple desires. That said, I would like if they had a working aliens mod. Alien? Xenomorph. Working Xenomorph mod, but that's because there's literally not been a good Xenomorph game where you could play as a Xenomorph that has come out of the past since 2010. Yeah. Aliens Isolation doesn't count because you don't play as the Xenomorph. I want to scare the people or hunt the people while scaring them, not be hunted. Okay. It's just more fun. I don't know what you want from me. Yes, yada yada foxhound. Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's one thing. This is this. This is this, and that is that. Okay. No need to drag historical things that may have happened often, like I think foxes, into it. We just ignore the British and it's fine. Easy. Fixed. Problem solved. Yeah. Oh, right. And yeah, there's this stupid thing they're trying to do with their laws and media where they're trying to do the typical British thing of, oh wow, people don't watch the BBC and all of that anymore. Let's make it so that those things show up more often on stuff like, say, YouTube. What? Get with the times and make it better. No, let's just throw money at the problem. Well, not even money, legislation. and screw a bunch of people over their citizens at the same time. Yeah. Because it would literally mean that any British VTubers and whatnot, or theoretically even people outside of Britain, would be recommended less by YouTube because they legally have to comply with the British laws and stuff. So I should pay attention to engineers. How dare they? Yeah. So, like, not that nitpick or anything, but you don't really watch any of the streams as far as I'm aware, so like I'll take it, but it you know, we'll just call it exclusive. It's exclusive. There's a better word for that. Something company? Whatever, not the point. So that's the thing. I haven't looked more into it because the one can't do anything about it. Not British. Couple D&D and MTG streams. Even better. In good company. Likely. Assuming that you mean people who stream playing them? Not like... I was gonna say sponsored, no, but like has... I assume Hasbro does streams where they like release stuff and whatnot. But yeah, so like not that. So yeah, that checks out. Ah yes, Minecraft, of course. Of course. In which case I'm honored. Good company? Still not what I was going for, but like true. But still not what I was going for. One of the troops back so you can see what the sets have. Smart. Ow. Yeah. Ugh. Man. I don't really watch streams as a general rule. I don't watch many things as a general rule, technically, because I tend to like watch and then want to do and then go do. Which is much easier when the thing that I'm watching is League of Legends video or whatever, and a little more difficult to do when it's like hockey or soccer. Seeing the extent of the faces is fun. React content. I'm back at being stared at. Go do your job. Yeah. Being fired would make it much harder to afford your Magic the Gathering cards. Just saying. But yes, hashtag ADHD. Also, hello, baseline. Debating, does hi work as like a catchphrase? I don't know. I ended up using it for the video, just off the cuff. Part of me hates it because it feels slightly cutesy. Which I'm not going to say that my thematic is like edgy or anything, but I feel like that's more of an argument for why it works. But anyway. Noted. Ugh. So what are you up to today, based on what in the sentence? What are you up to today? Baseline. Don't. I do bite. And have fangs. See? Oh. So it would hurt. Significantly. I'm waiting for an answer, by the way. I will continue to stare intently. Driving range, then see us two later. Very subtle. Assuming you don't fall asleep, they may join. Which reminds me, I have my matcha tea with the olive. How much caffeine does coffee even have then anyway? If like 40 grams is less than that. I feel like this isn't a question that I want to know, but that I should probably know. I'm sorry, what's a tier 3 sub baseline? What's that? I'm afraid I don't know what that means. Because subbing is free on YouTube. There's no tiers to it. Anyway. Yeah, usually lighter tends to have more caffeine, but I still don't know, like, how... Okay, well, now I have to... Now I gotta check. Membership, whatever. Yeah, can't do that yet either. Also, I think you can set the price on YouTube, though, technically, so... There's that. It's more like a Patreon style thing in terms of the setup, as far as you can set like different levels, I think. Maybe? I obviously don't have any info on this because the channel's not monetized. So anyway. How much? Oh right. Jeez. How much caffeine does coffee have? Also, let's do this. I see. Well, oh, it doesn't like that, of course it doesn't. My god, fine. Click on, click off OBS someday. Someday, I swear. Let me move over here real quick. On average, cup of coffee, 8 fluid ounces if you're weird. Right, that would be milliliters, right? You literally can't use any other measurement. That's... I guess fluid ounces thing. Whatever. 95 milligrams. Sure, it is a cup of coffee. Fruit caffeine. Fruit coffee. Whatever. 95 to 100 milligrams of caffeine, though the exact total changes based on your cup size and how the coffee is made. Opinions on totals, daily safety limits are a consensus around a maximum of 400 milligrams per day for healthy adults. So, the matcha tea blend, I guess we'll call it. It's technically also like a mushroom thing, which, whatever, I prefer just the tea. It has, between 2 cups below the average amount of a single cup of coffee. Which is slightly horrifying, but you know. It's healthier, and I like the tea better, so there, whatever. And I can drink more of it, which makes me happy because I tend to drink and eat things because I like the taste, and so therefore if I have just coffee, I can't have as much because you know. Body no like that so much. Yeah. Yeah. Age. The pros of aging. Really. Probably not even that strong for a real, for real. I feel like you weren't paying attention. Lower definitions of strong are different. That's also possible. I mean, I can't discount that. But personally, I think that 4 cups of coffee meeting the generally recommended daily limit isn't a large number. I'd consider that fairly strong. Just me personally, of course. At least you're honest. But yeah, my main problem with tea, is usually like tea bags, whatever, was that it's too light. The matcha isn't light though. It's a little. I mean, thicker works, but there's more substance to it, right? So, okay, flash and keyboard lights only the bottom row. Continue, whatever. You're not distracting at all. Anyway. So the fact that I can drink more of it is a bonus. I'm quite fond of that, actually. I like that. I'd still prefer when we get some with less caffeine, because I don't really need the caffeine. Realistically, it's never really done much for keeping me awake mentally. Technically hard to beat faster, I suppose, but don't feel more awake. Also driving, focusing on the road. Yeah, you should probably do that. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Why is everyone always driving when watching? This is a really weird coincidence that keeps happening. Hmm. No, you're not texting. Which chatting counts. Just like, so you have to look up the road. I know Joker uses this, like the text to speech setting, whatever, though. So I'll give him that. Keep faster than feels sleepy. Okay, at least it's not just me. So there you go. That's totally valid and 100% accurate medical diagnosis for you have ADHD if that's you. Definitely couldn't be anything else at any point in time. Don't consult with a doctor unless you know, enjoy living longer and being healthy, in which case do consult with a doctor, because it might not be. Depending on the dosage. I miss decaf coffee, and I could just drink as much as I want. But it's more expensive, so we don't get that at the moment. There you go. What's the goal? Make it big on YouTube so I can buy decaf coffee again and just drink as much as I want. To a point, it still has some caffeine, but it's gonna be less than even the matcha. Or just buy matcha. Either or. I'm not super partial to either, I guess. Safe spots / red lights. One of those sounds moderately illegal, and the other sounds technically illegal. Neither is great. One is maybe safer than the other technically, but also not really. So focus on the road is the point. What do you mean I dropped 183 frames? When did that happen? What? Whatever. It's working now, I guess. So no problem. Anyway, my guess would be that you're going to the driving range. Because you did say going to the driving range and then back later, CSB. This is a stream when I need to be somewhere, so I'm always watching when driving. Look! Look! I have no response. But I don't know. Amazon streaming is like, when? Because I can't. It kind of just comes down to the dogs. Because I can't stream earlier than like 5:30 because they need to get fed then. And if I stream at like 3 o'clock, then it really limits the amount of time that I can stream, technically. Because I don't like leaving like a 15-minute spot in the middle. Technically illegal. I'm obligated to say that. You probably shouldn't. But anyway, moving on. So I can't really do like 2:30 to 3 because that leaves like 2 hours. And I know there are some people who leave the stream on while playing like a video or something in the background. But, well, for multiple reasons. Not ideal. One, YouTube keeps trying to dox me to advertisements. Oh, everything does, really. Even with all the settings off for that. So far so good with Opera GX and its ad block, but I prefer to just make it a guarantee and at some point get YouTube Premium and then it's not a problem. But, you know, that takes money, which I don't have to do. So, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. That aside, still feels weird leaving the stream for like 15 minutes to feed them. The efficient part of me, is that even correct? I guess autistic part of my brain, whatever portion that is, it's probably fighting with ADHD, so like who really knows? Doesn't, just feels like that's sort of not great leaving it for 15 minutes, because I mean technically less retention, but also kind of dumb to worry about that for reasons that should be obvious if you look at the count so far. Other things to worry about. And I've tried earlier in the morning, but also my sleep schedule's borked, and I don't love streaming first thing in the morning either. So it would be afternoon, but then we're back to the whole artificial limitation on the time thing. Also, if I didn't have to be there, I might even stream later than I already do, so. But for the moment, dogs exist. So it is what it is. Also realizing I assumed driving range could be shooting range, technically, but I assumed the driving range. Not that you stream golf or anything, or like play it all the time, but Yeah, I feel like it was a fairly reasonable assumption. In other news, I'm probably taking a break from League for like a patch or two, i.e. until they unbork in a Fury. I'm not intentional, but considering the changes they want to put through Gut, Her, and Lock, both of whom I was playing a lot of, don't really feel like it. Also, hit plant, so might as well just take that and run with it, I guess. Go out on a high note for the time being. Which means probably more Deadlock, unless that pisses me off, in which case I guess I finally get to working on Hell Let Loose and socializing, technically. Well, you know, I guess we'll see how that goes. Not ideal. Yeah. Does suck that when I was, enjoying it. Suddenly champions that I enjoy playing get nuked. Are still technically good, but also not great in low elo because they don't know how to team play in low elo, and you can't carry on Ari. Not really. But also League Classic is going to be coming out on June 29th. So that could be fun. So I guess at the very least taking a break from Modern League. Aside from maybe occasionally playing to learn how to play Katarina because not that she has the same win rate as Locke or anything, with like a quarter or a seventh of the ban rate. Because people just don't ban things that they're used to. No, we just complain about new things. Yeah. Oh, humanity. But yeah, so probably learn her, and then maybe play, what was it? Well, there's Ari, who's obviously still in Classic, which Deathfire Torch seems interesting. I do wonder if the damage amp on Deathfire Touch stacks with Charm. And which one would be more efficient to use Deathfire Torch first before Charm, or Charm into Deathfire Torch? Not super sure. I guess testing will tell. There's also AP Tristana, who could be fun. There's someone else. I was slightly curious about AP Ezreal, but yeah. Who else was I thinking about? Oh boy. Uh, let's do this. At that. Let's open Opera GX again. Do that. And then I can go over to here, do this, click off of that, because otherwise it doesn't refresh. Do that. Move myself, because I have to. And away we go. Alright. Oh, AD Malzahar is apparently a thing that you can do. And promote the Summoner spell, and Banner of Command, the item, sound like they could be slightly interesting to run on him. Oh right, I wanted to see if AP Ash was the thing that worked. I haven't checked if she has AP ratios in League Classic. So that could maybe be a thing. I know Ezreal has AP ratios out the wazoo. But they used the less hooker looking image for Lux. They toned down the makeup. It wasn't toned down in game when I played on the PvE. Just saying. Very heavy makeup. Odd choice. But this is the same time period that got us Misfortune, so maybe it just checks out. Also, Nidalee is a mid laner, so maybe try that out. And then AP Tristana, so yeah. I think it was just Nidalee, maybe Soraka, that I was thinking about. Oh, it was Ashe that I was thinking about. So, like, Ashe, Nidalee, and Arian whatnot. I think before the release of Yasuo. Yeah, good. Oh, early Yasuo was not. He was a champion. He was a champion. I do want to see how Akali feels. Caitlyn is someone who I'd probably play. Aurelia can find the nearest cliffside to admire the surroundings, of course, not for the reasons of me wanting to push her off of it or anything. We get old Leandres, pre-mythic Leandres, and old Mordekaiser, who I don't know how he's different. Oh god, we're gonna get LeBlanc and old Viara, which might have to try that because her ultimate is kind of interesting. If you've played either Arena, that's what it is, or ARAM Mayhem, Blade Waltz is her old, except it's very tuned down in those modes. So I'm curious to see how that feels in League Classic when there's less dashes. What the hell's wrong, Timo? Did you like accidentally have a mushroom go off in your face? Like, did you get stung by a bee? Looks very Winnie the Pooh. It just looks odd. And I have no clue what's going on with Twisted Fate. Oh, gone, Twitch. Oh, Twitch. Oh, no. Twitch in League Classic is something. Visually. I don't think his gameplay is super different. Maybe. But he's definitely something to look at. It feels classic. And of course, Cassidy, but yeah. So that's a thing to do. I have no idea what the difference in Anivia is. I guess time will tell. This is the thing. Time will tell. Yeah. Could be interesting. Could be traumatizing. Could be both. Who knows? All I know is that APE is really annoying. I don't care if it's not technically efficient. It's really annoying. And I want to kill it with fire. That aside, I forgot to do the thumbnail for what's it called? The quote unquote podcast again. So I should probably do that tomorrow when I'm editing the video. Now that it is cooling down. I recorded it already. I did it earlier today when it was also cooler before it got hot. Because it got hot later, weirdly enough. So we'll see how that goes. I think I have landed on the general game plan though, which is more casual, I guess? If we think about it, and if we also go off of vidIQ assessment thingy came up with for target audience, which what was that? Games casual, relatable, ADHD friendly, variety content, and engaging personal conversational connection, whatever the hell that means. Still, casual comes up more than once, technically, if you look at it that way. That is sort of just what I tend to do. I don't like being really formal. I do sometimes default to being more formal. But generally just pretty casual. Laid back, even. Yeah. Not literally, because then, well, you know. Be kind of counterproductive. Until 3D. Until 3D. Years from now, likely. In all likelihood, years from now. Which is somewhat annoying. Not the years from now part, although that's not preferred, but it is what it is. But on the subject of... Oh god, on subject of what? What was I... Alright, more casual. I mean, on one hand, yay, variety, which is inevitably what I end up doing anyway, because I just can't do one thing. As we've learned by this point, if you've been around for the past 2 years, if I try and focus solely on one thing, to the exclusion of all else, then I just burn out on that thing really quick, and then I burn out on content creation as well. And that's how we get the multiple times that I've had to take a break, besides the couple that were because of tech issues. Looking at you, PC. So not great is the point. I don't really know. Okay, the annoying part is that there's really no guideline for that. So I've just gotta feel it out. Like, would I want to do arcs, quote unquote, or would everyone be different? Which it also depends on like how often I'm doing videos and whatnot. So at the moment, you're hopefully getting one a week. That is not a guarantee. Okay, because otherwise my brain does stupid things where it just gets stressed and it's like, well, but what if I just didn't? And like I poke it to just see if that's because brain. And then it just gets behind and it feels awkward. It's like a... So ideally the pace will eventually get faster, but until then, it is what it is. That's not even getting into ASMR, which I think we'll just be using not this background, but the actual full-size background that I use for the thumbnail. And I was sort of obsessing over like making it slightly animated and or like twinkle slightly, like just shift, but like I don't think I really have access to anything that can do that. I keep forgetting to check in Clip Studio to see if I can do that. All I know is DaVinci Resolve didn't have anything pop out, so yep, that would have been ideal, but it just didn't work out. But I do need to just do it, and then also I need to actually focus on figuring out what I want to do for them. Because there's two paths, right? There's just yapping like I'm doing now, but with a more directed focus on relaxing, I guess. You know, talking ASMR. Or, you know, still doing the whole like speaking softly thing because it's easier for me anyway, so then whatever. I make sure I gotta get close to the microphone, but it's fine. And oh, and I did this anyway because otherwise I've realized that noise suppression starts tucking me over. Literally, it just cuts me off randomly, or it gets garbled, which explains some of the retention problems. Yeah, the recent ones obviously not this, and not the point. Anyway, so I don't know which direction to go with that as of yet. Because I've word discovered kind of worked, but not technically what I was going for. We've covered before, I don't really do great with scripts because then it just comes off as super stilted. Indicate that's a thing to work through, or just a thing that it's never going to work. I think it's the later. So not sure. Pick like a theme or something maybe, or a concept to cover and then just ramble about it. Because like if we're saying like the whole concept is wandering fox spirit, whatever, meeting between worlds thing, blah blah blah, backstory unimportant, then it kind of works. If you see it as a, like getting advice from, you know, random spirit fox thing, which could work out for you, it could not work out for you, just saying. There's no guarantee there. It's fox spirit after all. Fox being the key word here. Mischievous. Not usually detrimental to a permanent or hugely negative degree, but you know, tricks and whatnot. But I figure, hey, advice giving is a thing that I seem to end up doing a lot anyway, so. You know, you come back to a certain idea often enough, and you probably should just kind of go with it. There's only so far getting stubborn will get you. Even if it would be nice if it got a little further. But hey, I never said this was going to be easy. Yeah. It'd be boring if it was super easy, I'm going to be honest. Would I still be doing it if it had just like popped off immediately? I don't know. I tend to not like things that are super easy. So maybe in the long run, this is technically good as far as future growth goes. And content quality or whatever. But still annoying in the moment. C'est la vie. Still less annoying than having accidentally bit my cheek and it's still healing, which makes eating stuff interesting, to say the least. By interesting, I mean painful. Especially salty things. Yeah. Uh-huh. What a good time for us to get salt and vinegar chips. Which I like. Did burn a bit though. Can't wait for that to hit. Looking forward to it. Anything else to ramble about? Don't know. Real way to wrap up on any topics, but I tend to try and I am aware that as far as advice goes, technically talking about politics would be good, but also it's very complicated, annoying, and stressful, so I try to avoid it. Just as a general rule, because yeah. I mean, the idea is, I don't know if safe space is technically the right word, but more positive environment, as much as my brain does tend towards realism sometimes. But yeah, there's enough negativity in the world. I don't really think I need to add to it. There's at least half a dozen people you could probably find for any topic you want. Go wild, I guess. It's not necessarily bad, but I mean, all things in moderation and whatnot. Tends to be true. There's obviously some stuff which is just generically bad, like, I don't know, cyanide. But I mean, okay, technically you can become immune to cyanide if you take it in very, very small amounts. I'm not recommending this because messing up means you die immediately. But moderation, so like caffeine, for example, in moderation is fine. But at an average of 95 milligrams of caffeine per cup of coffee, and the recommended maximum daily dose being 400 milligrams, you don't necessarily want to toe the line all of the time. You will eventually wear out your arteries, by the way, just regardless. It'll, I think, do they harden or is that alcohol? One of the two, maybe both. Which causes other problems and stuff, so just, you know, it's not great. And, you know, it's one of those things that if you don't focus on it when you're relatively young, when you get older, it's too late to really worry about it and fix the problems. In the same way that if you keep active as you get older, you tend to be able to stay active easier, because I don't know, sort of a move it or lose it, use it or lose it mentality sort of thing. Except it's your body. Yeah. I mean, it works the same for your brain too. If you don't use it, then the brain kind of dumbs itself down, sort of. You're not technically dumber, you just need to relight the pathways, which can take a bit of doing. Not something that I would like to experience. So, you know, it's a good thing I like puzzles. It's just less likely. Also, I tend to just enjoy figuring things out anyway, so natural buff towards that, I suppose. Yeah. Keep debate. Oh, that's what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to tune my guitar so I could keep practicing with that. I prefer the piano, but A, I can't tune that. That's significantly more complicated. B, it's in the living room. It's also much louder. I don't think the neighbors would enjoy me practicing that at like 10 o'clock at night, but who knows, maybe they would. I do like the piano more though, because it's a little, I don't know if more flexible. I think more flexible is technically true, but it's just more straightforward in terms of how to achieve the sound that you want. Because you go from left to right, yeah? Yes, you can also involve the pedals and get different sounds and whatnot, but generically speaking, just left to right, and the sound changes. So you can kind of find it if you know what you're looking for. With a guitar, it's A, even keeping in mind I have longer fingers, moderately painful to use correct technique and contort your fingers like that and keep enough pressure on the strings. And then you have the different chords that you need to hit, which means holding the strings down in different patterns, and it's not super straightforward as to which one is which to use to achieve what sound you want for whatever song you're playing or working on. So I like the sound, but I like the process of piano more than I like the process of playing guitar. Or really any stringed instrument. Technically, the piano is a stringed instrument, so I guess that's also not really true, but like, who really thinks the piano is a stringed instrument even though it is? Instrument? What the hell is an instrument, brain? Take your time. Holy. So that's something that I was supposed to be doing. Because that's another thing I can do with these. Because unlike Twitch, I don't need to worry about a category, I can just do it. Categories in YouTube are more of a suggestion than a reality. I still have it in gaming because I technically talk about games all of the time, and I still play games occasionally. There was the backup plan of playing some Katarina on stream today in norms, but I had plenty of stuff to yap about, I guess, so I haven't had to so far, and I think we're far enough in that I probably wouldn't, because it'd be like one game. I'm not really a one game Andy. Okay, if I do anything, I like doing it for at least 3. But probably not more than 5, because then I start like spacing out. I'm kind of doing now. But that's because I need to take the moment to breathe and stop speaking so quickly. And stressing about stuff that I don't need to stress out about. One downside of YouTube is there's not really a good screen to like not see viewer count. I can see total views, but not like concurrent viewer count. But there's also kind of the bar, but it's like really behind. I don't know. I've kind of got to balance wanting to know information versus knowing that the information doesn't really help and just causes anxiety. Which may always be a thing and may not always be a thing. Who really knows? I may sometimes be somewhat prophetic, but like I don't know everything. Okay. You're just good. Life would be boring if I knew everything that was going to happen anyway. So like, who wants that? No. Not me. Not I. I had a thing that I was going to bring up, and now I don't remember it. I think. What was I thinking? I don't remember. New topic, I suppose. I still haven't found a. I guess the correct term is MIDI program that I'd want to use. Not that I have a keyboard to use with it, and if I tried to use computer keyboard, I'd probably lose my mind. So we're not doing that. I would like to get that at some point. That'd be nice. That's a fun idea to do. Like, composing something on stream off of a beam or whatever. But slow is smooth, smooth is fast is one of the rules that I set for a reason. It's generally good advice. It's in the same line as like measure twice, cut once for carpentry and whatnot. Because can't turn back time if you mess up. Then, well, I think there's a term for shooting as well, or a phrase where you can't miss too fast, which basically means take your time when aiming at the target because, you know. This is true in games as well, by the way. It's better to just take the time needed to make sure that you land it. For instance, like a skill shot in League of Legends. Or Deadlock, which doesn't really have many skill shots, but you take my point. Versus rushing it, and then you miss, and then you're screwed. Yeah. Not that it plays super well with ADHD. It's easier when I'm actually playing a sport as opposed to a game, though. I don't know why, but I tend to work better in 3D than I do 2D mediums or like interacting with a keyboard. It's true of flight as well. It's like I mentioned before, like doing the helicopter sim and then that really kind of over the course of 3 hours translating pretty well to flying an actual helicopter. It's a skill I have, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why that's a skill that I have, but it is a skill that I possess, so. It didn't help that I was a console gamer growing up either, I'm sure, and so adjusting to mouse and keyboard still doesn't feel super natural. Keeping in mind that it has been years, but it still doesn't feel super natural. I have found that tilting the keyboard helps though, because it sort of puts more space between the keys, and well, we covered long fingers, so makes it a little better, which I discovered technically not recently, but I forgot recently and then I wasn't doing it, and then I remembered again. And now I just have to make it a habit so that I keep remembering, I guess? Hmm, you know. Oh, and brain funny. Brain weird. Brain very weird. But hey, being normal is boring, so screw it. Not that I have a choice to committing, but yeah, might as well commit. Uh, I still haven't decided what I'm gonna do on the subject of shorts, though. Because, like, gameplay is one thing, however, gameplay doesn't fit super well. Mainly because I'm not really doing much gameplay. And I have no clue. Oh my god, I forgot, I still have the game from last stream that I clipped using YouTube's new feature, and then forgot that I needed to put tags in and then make a thumbnail for it. Which would simplify my life greatly. It's annoying because I could have done that even though it was hot. DaVinci Resolve isn't that intensive system-wise, unless you're like rendering video. Then obviously it starts heating up things more. But I could have done that, I just forgot. Because I'm an idiot, I guess. Well, the real answer is ADHD. But you'll use that for so many things as an excuse. I mean, it's true. Then at a certain point, God, I forgot a way around it. It's not going anywhere. And I'm not taking medication for it because that didn't work in the past, and it did literally nothing. And I don't need more things that potentially add to depression, which it technically has as a side effect. And I can't imagine. You really don't need to be. Okay, it's not great usually to be taking a ton of medication for stuff, especially stuff that is conflicting, and then like compounding. What's it called? Side effects? Even though that is the American medical system's favorite thing to do because that's very lucrative for them. There's usually better ways, ways that might even be more effective and just generally better long term as well, but you gotta hunt for them. Which convenience is a thing that society pushes. And it can be nice, but you know. Too much convenience. Extremes. I'm just saying. How does that point? Right, yeah. What would I do for them? Could write notes more, I suppose. I have like an entire ideas document? Yeah, document. Most of which are never gonna get used, but well, some of them might be. Other than that, so I have that to work on. So I have a lot of video stuff to work on tomorrow, but yeah, I have no idea what I'm gonna do for shorts because I mean, I watch plenty of vtuber clips, but A, there wouldn't be that much editing. I'd want to do some editing, but in the interest of actually completing it and not ADHD hyper-focusing on trying to get it to be something that I can't get it to be, we want to limit that. I need to limit that so that I can actually get it done. Which is mildly frustrating. Maybe moderately frustrating. Also, I just don't really know what to look for. Especially if it's just me rambling to myself like now. Like a back and forth banter conversation, obviously. But I mean, if I was gonna do just advice shorts or whatever, then I would probably be better off just recording that on its own. I do prefer the in the moments thing, right? But if you don't force it and there's less active conversation in chat, then like stuff that comes up is a little difficult to think of in the moment. If I don't think of it in the moment, then I probably forget where it is. And there's no way that I'm scrubbing through an entire 2-hour long VOD for on the faint hint of a memory of there might have been something. That and I have high standards and I am self-conscious, and so therefore makes it complicated. More things to work out. Less fun type of puzzle, but still technically a puzzle. Of course, I have to figure it out and then actually do it, so that's slightly different. Still a puzzle, though. I don't know. I don't think I want to focus on shorts anyway. That's getting back into the idea of like, well, this is technically more efficient, right? In terms of more content, easier to produce, whatever, but what part of what I do, especially at the moment, is anywhere at all like in line with shorts? Wouldn't be heavily edited, so the pacing would be slower, and it wouldn't be super flashy, so the pacing would feel slower. And shorts tend to not do great in that, especially. I know they added the ability to do longer shorts up to 3 minutes and whatnot, but they don't get views really. Maybe it would just take time. I don't know. It doesn't really seem like there's a viewer base for that because it's just long form content, but in a different format that looks like a different format that's completely different to long form content. You know. I'm sure they have a place, but I haven't figured out how to use them yet. Not in a way that works for me, so. More to do. Part of this just also me needing to figure out mentally what that looks like so that I recognize it more. Really doing better at reading scripts or whatever. Significantly ease the complicated nature of what I'm trying to do, but no, see you later. Can't force it. It's another one. Might as well do a refresher. Have fun, be myself. Don't hesitate, do things my way. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast, don't force it. Which I see in my head as like two like paired together. Like they kind of reinforce each other. So like 3 rules technically, you could argue 6. I think they go together. It's a little more symbolic like that. And yeah, it just, if you needed insight into how my brain works, there you go. Pattern recognition. And just connecting things. I like connecting things. Even if I do sometimes connect things that even I know make 0 sense and are definitely not true. But there is a connection, which means they're possible. Technically. I also wanted to get a, what is it, a set of, oh, what are they called? They're not fortune cards. But use them to tell fortune. I suddenly can't remember the name. But I did want to get one of those. Preferably celestial themed or mythology themed, because I don't know. If you need an explanation on why that is the case, as to where that is the preferred themes, you must have had your eyes closed the entire time. But it's not super pressing, I don't think. Or even if it's a thing that I'd want to do. It kind of fits in the theme, though. It would be a little fun, at least. Tarot cards, that's what it is. Tarot cards, right. The question would be, because like there's no, I don't have a set of video cam or anything. I don't even know if I'd want to do that. And be paranoid about the camera falling over and then, oh hey, surprise face reveal, which happens at some point. It happens, I guess. But oh boy, do I have other stuff to work through before that is everything. Yeah. I picked a few too many EXP multipliers. Character creation. No, it's a ADHD, trans, autism, depression. Although that came later because of the whole not really dealing with the trans thing, which, you know, be yourself, don't put off doing things, is what I'd just say as a short aside. Just small smidgen, yeah. Do the thing you'll most regret not doing. Better yet. That's more universally applicable. So I don't know what the hell I'd do with tarot cards. Maybe there's a way to do them in digital, but that's not satisfying. Maybe a way to apply it to digital? Or like scanning them and then getting models made or whatever. And then like kind of pseudo doing it, but like it'd be a representation of doing it IRL, but it would look digital. I don't know. Who knows? Does the tech for that even exist? No clue. Probably within like 10 years, I'd imagine. It's just basic scanning things, and one of the few things AI would probably be good for. but it's got some way to go. Yeah. The medical field and making VTubers' lives easier. Well, that's got potential. Not for me, I'm not a coder. I can barely type. I arguably can't type in any meaningful fashion. But, you know, I can at least see would be useful. It's not helpful on the whole execution part of things. But maybe it'll help someone else get an idea. Or maybe I'll find someone who could recommend the idea to and they could execute on it and then, you know, I benefit off of it. That'd be a use for, like, funding. I already want to have, like, I think we're kind of there with the, like, finger tracking and whatnot for something like a playing piano stream or playing guitar. Which I still, again, need practice on both of. But that's there. We're getting to, like, some pseudo-ready player button level of things. Or Overlord, arguably. But I've seen either. Well, that's as far as my knowledge on that goes. Just that the idea is kind of cool. Probably useful for other applications as well. I mean, okay. The one you could probably make a killing off of is e-dating. So that would inevitably probably come first or be the main part of if you're going to get someone to crowdfund it or whatever, or someone to invest in it. But could be used for people with medical disabilities as well, people who can't go outside, stuff like that. You know, like with any technology, there's multiple applications. Some are more, well, less cringe than others. Oh boy. Now imagining a 3D shooter equivalent with a Valorant e-dater equivalent. Yep. Needed that mental representation. Windows, why noise make that? Don't scare me, please. Suteros. I need to remember to log into Umumusune today as well. I might as well get the free carrots. Even if I am probably waiting for the next time to pull to be whenever I have another shot at Satono Diamond. Because I think she's the only one I care about who I don't have yet, other than ones who are literally going to take years to come out. And I don't even play the game as regular as I do, but they do have a new scenario, so maybe. Maybe. That's welcome to ADHD. I was like, oh cool, it'd be cool if I streamed it, but I was like, but I can't stream it because like the concerts are a huge part of it and they just get copyrighted, which especially on YouTube is kind of a problem. And so then I didn't want to touch it for the same reason that I don't really want to touch League at the moment, i.e. they're kind of gutting two of the champions that I enjoyed playing a lot. Locke and the Fury, if you're curious. Wandering League of Legends player happened to come by. Which I guess is as good as anything to talk about. Locke, the issue is that they did the thing that Riot tended to do, especially in Valorant, which I miss Freak on the balance team so much. He's now balancing League Classic, so that's another reason to maybe play that more. In that they left a character too strong for too long. And so now they need to do the same thing they did so long ago with Chamber and nerf them into the ground so that people stop banning them, which they wouldn't do if they just got slightly nerfed because they would still feel strong. And so now they get to sit for like, I mean, Chamber had like 6 months maybe even years. A long time where he was just not good. He's only just really getting decent again now, within like the last few months, I want to say. I'm keeping super close track of Valorant. So, yeah. Locke got everything but his E touched. So, that's the same ability, but his damage got nerfed on his Q, which is his main ability. Keeping in mind, this is his main damage dealing ability, which he needs to land 3 of on you in a short time span. And then also still run up to you into melee range and proc it with an auto attack or his E. As opposed to Katarina, who just one-shots you instantly by blinking on top of you with no counterplay. And an Akali type character who just kills you from 100 to 0 with the one rotation of her kit. Zed, who has his ult, which literally makes him untargetable. Talon goes invisible. Neferi has her W. Locke just has his healing, which they also nerfed, which was the only thing they really needed to nerf, because it made him would make him more killable, but now he was already in a position where he needed to uber snowball in order to win, because his ult is fake, and he can't really do anything in teamfights besides kill one person, because his reset is sort of fake too. Because again, he needs his Q in order to do damage. So if he Qs someone 3 times, goes in, implodes them, he can't do anything for like 3 to 5 seconds, which is an eternity in a teamfight, especially in Modern League. So it doesn't really matter that he has his E up. Like, okay, so he can use his E out, and maybe he gets away. But that doesn't really do anything in a teamfight, because then he has to wait 6 seconds minimum for the next E to come up so that he can safely do it again. Or he just has to run at them, but he probably used W, which has like a 15 to 20 second cooldown. Which means he'd have to Q somebody and then just walk up to them. So if you're losing, you just keep losing. Because you can only kill the one person. I mean, I had a game today, which was the only game that I lost today, granted, to get into plat, that I literally got a quadra kill. But because the rest of my team was so behind, because we had an Nasus jungle who inted into a Briar jungle, and he Udyr top, who had my inting Master E top into them, I think he ended the game like 2 or 3 and 15 or something like that. Cool stuff. They blind picked Master E, by the way, because they were tilted to not get last pick. Yes, League of Legends gamers, really. But it's just like... the Locke's basically dead. And I know Neferi can be annoying. Her kit is so dog shit in terms of design. Because Bryant really wanted someone up and right is like, let's have babies first assassin. Nothing about Neferi screamed this should be an assassin. I feel like we've already seen that Darken characters don't make great assassins, because when they work as assassins, they're just broken OP in every scenario. Kayn, whenever Aatrox can build lethality, whenever Varus is really strong. Zahen's Zahen, he is scaling though, and he's probably the only iteration that actually works and remains as a bruiser as his most effective build path. Until someone figures out how to make him work with lethality, and then they will, because, yeah. It's probably gonna be like crit or something, or some stupid thing like that, because he needs attack speed to be able to make it work so he can get his passive off, but also needs CDR, so it's like... Maybe they will, maybe they won't. And then Neferi, Assassin. Which means her damage scalings are ridiculous. They've had to make the Q healing on her heal, or her healing on her Q, functionally cosmetic. And she doesn't get to build Bruisery because they want her to build full damage, but then she's too squishy to do anything, so she's just killing one person in a team fight, maybe, unless they're clumped up together, in which case you're killing nobody in a team fight because the support's covering them. They're getting peeled by their top laner, and their mid laner, and their jungler, and there's nothing you can do, because you're obviously targeting the ADC. I'm just saying, obviously, it's the ADC. And so, if you can't one-shot them reliably, you're not a champion. And they literally gutted her arm. They reduced the base damages by, what, like 25 or something? And they took away 20% from the AD ratio, and they made the AD ratio bonus AD. And they made it dependent on the pack members that you have spawned. So you need your W up and need all the pack members up to get the full damage you need out of your ult. So it's incredibly finicky now, and it's not even skill, it's just you just have to like sit on the edges so you're even less in control of any sort of team engagement or skirmish than you were before. Plus, if you're not aware, which maybe most of you aren't because it's kind of nerdy shit, but base, like total AD scaling versus bonus AD scaling means the total AD is you have your base AD, which your character just has base. You don't buy any items per level. You get AD scaling and it adds up. That's base AD. Bonus AD is the AD you get off of buying items, which they want her to just build assassin items for full damage. Hence why they did that, but then they also nerfed it by 20%. So but the point is, Nefarious Kid is horribly designed because even she's playable after the rework, because her W's now gives her untargetability, right? Which everyone loves dealing with untargetability. On top of her having a dash and the W giving her move speed when she casts it. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay. I like her because K-name champion, female. She's fun. She kills things. It's fun. I'm aware that she can be frustrating, though. But her Q is a skill shot that isn't super long ranged. It's decent range, but it's not super long ranged. Which requires you to hit 2 parts of it to do the full damage. And there's a full second between being able to cast the first and second part, and it's not super fast moving. Which means you need to be on top of them. But they want her to build full damage, so she'll be really squishy. Her W theoretically allows her to dodge 1 ability. So she theoretically doesn't get CC'd, except everyone and their mother groups up past laning phase. So you don't really get the chance to do that, especially if there's a Fed Neferi in the other team. No one is wandering alone at this point, okay? When she first came out, yes. Now, no. And then her E, which is useful for getting over walls, because it is, even after they nerfed a little bit, kind of sprinkly, stupid range. But it doesn't do a ton of damage, and it's 2 different instances of damage on the 2 different parts of the dash, the start and where you land. So she has 2 skill shots that are really finicky, a W which only augments her AD and the damage that she can do with those other abilities, and then her ult, which is a targeted... You can cancel it now, I think, by flashing. You can't cancel it by Eing. And usually if you try and E in the middle of ulting, then there's just weird interactions. You go different directions and stuff. It's awkward. That you can't cancel that has you go in a straight line towards your opponent while literally telegraphing that you are ulting them and going at them in a straight line, so it's the most counterable thing in the world. Which now does no damage. Effectively. So they live on 1 HP, or like a quarter HP. After that, you've used one part of Q, your E, you ulted onto them. You now have nothing. If you miss your Q, and they're alive, you just die. Even like a Jinx or whatever, if she had barrier or something, or shield up, you're just dead. There's nothing you can do. So she's basically worthless at the moment, after next match. But enough of that. The fairy rant over. I'm sad. Point of. I found that just, whatever, moving on. Hello, what is in fact popping? Charles. Hello. Me ranting about Riot nerfing my characters on League. Unfairly, like, okay, they need to nerf, but like, they went overboard. So, not super happy. But hey, I achieved what I wanted to for this season, and I reached plat, so yay! I don't need to touch the game for a while. Because the season's ending on the 28th anyway, so like, why bother? But besides that, not much, really. You came in at the end of the last topic, so doesn't every dev over nerf OP characters? Yeah, part of the rant was that Riot has done this in League, kind of, but especially in Valorant before, like Chamber, for example, if any of you remember that. Joker wasn't happy because he played Chamber, but they left him as OP for so long that they had to then nerf him for an eternity to be basically useless. And I'm all for playing a character because you enjoy them, but I also like to have an actual chance to impact the game while playing the character that I enjoy. So getting super over-nerfed because they were OP is really annoying. Like, I get it. I get why psychologically people would still continue banning the champion in terms of League if they were just nerfed fairly instead of getting over-nerfed. So they need to get nerfed to the point where people go, oh damn, they really nerfed that character, and then they forget. And then they buff them within a couple of patches and whatnot. Eventually. So basically I'm learning Katarina. It's still yapping. Have fun at the driving range? I think you said it was the driving range, right? I don't know if you ever actually said yes. I like asked, but I don't think I had an answer as driving range versus shooting range, like QP shooting range. Also, there was no cat finder. I merely said they weren't the greatest. Okay, I stand by that. They're cool and all, but you know, they have their flaws and they're not the greatest. Whenever streams always avoid Casey and not endgame. What do you mean avoid? There's a background. I mean, sure, like VTube, if we want to get into like what VTube Studio sees, that's what VTube Studio sees because it's true black so that it actually works with the whole, what's it called? 3D keying or chroma keying, whatever. But, you know, you get a background because I'm aesthetic like that. Background is basically a void. How dare you? I may not have the artistic talent to put together like a scenery type background, but you know, it's not a void at least. It's arguably somewhat. There's a term for this. There's an art term for this. Abstract. But void, like only in the center bit. Only in the center bit. Taking a break last week. Can't see. I can still say that I've streamed since my first stream so far. This is true. Well, no, yeah, no, you were. Yeah, no, you just, it was like, because you didn't get the notification because I messed up the whole rules thing in the Discord. Cough. I fixed it. I fixed it though. So there's not much to get from the start though. You're not wrong. Look, this is why I'm like into 3D animation, so I can just make a background in Unreal and then use that. It's a work in progress. Namely, my PC needs to be better, so I can actually render that without taking 3 centuries. Or pay someone to do art, which also takes money, strangely enough. I know. Weird. The popping ones. Thanks for stopping by. Fancy Void. I'll take it. I'll take Fancy Void. I can accept Fancy Void. It at least has a descriptor besides Void. Water. So boring and yet so necessary. What about you, Base? You planning to do any League Classic gaming when that comes out? Any interest? Did you even know that League Classic is coming out? I feel like it got mentioned in the Discord once or twice. Once. It got mentioned once after it was announced. Officially. It has Vigar. It has a Vigar. Vigar does exist. With his literally nigh on instant cage. Forgot about that actually until I mentioned it. Yum. You don't care about Classic? Probably worth at least a try. Just as even to try as like see something new, but either way is fair. It's basically a different game, which is just how I'm looking at it. Sort of a glimpse in the past, which appeals to my more, it's dramatic, the correct word? I don't know, it's interesting. Cool to see, I suppose, but I don't know how much I'm going to play it myself. I have a couple of things that I want to test and like mess around with, but beyond that, I don't know. We'll see. At the very least, it acts as a break from modern League of Legends until they unfuck my champions. Yep. Well, that and I learned Katarina, because screw it. I'm committed now. Does she still feel weird? Yes. Prefer if Q was actually a skill shot, but hey, screw it. Whatever, I'll play the broken point and click a new Q now character and just do that, since, you know, both of my preferred assassins getting nerfed significantly. Almost a uselessness levels, really. So that's fantastic. Love that for me. Oh boy. You guys almost got some Katarina gameplay today. Maybe. If I didn't have stuff to yap about. But technically, streams are usually a little shorter when I do gameplay though, because they require more focus and energy. And the hyper-focus part of ADHD, it does exist. Technically, it's hyper disorder, but you know, hyper-focus is what it means. So yeah. We'll see how that turns out. Mm. Mm. C'est la vie. Right. So I have videos to work on. I need to remember to do the thumbnail for the podcast, i.e. the streams where I'm just talking. Then I will put into a playlist and maybe some occasional purpose recorded stuff. It kind of works. It's not ideal, but it works. It gets the point across. There's something else. Alright, tune my guitar. And I've got some mild editing to do for... Oh, right, no, that's what it was. It was the Briar game from last stream that I needed to make a thumbnail for. I forgot. That's what it was. Because it's sitting there. I already clipped it up. Well, clipped it from out of the VOD, which YouTube lets you do now, so that's nifty. A little curious on how it's going to do quality-wise, so we'll see. But if that is a thing to do, I need a thumbnail. Oh, that's right, I wasn't sure what I wanted to use thumbnail-wise. Because like there's the gameplay-esque background, there's just like the background like this that I could use. I don't think I'd want to use the stream background. I don't know. I think for the new theme and guidelines, simplistic is the way to go. Non-complex. So maybe like an Imagify or something? I do not want to try and like cut out an outline from gameplay. No thanks. I might just go with the like a frame of the gameplay one. I wonder if I have to download it and then put that into DaVinci, but like whatever, that's not that bad. Annoying in terms of the steps needed. Annoying in terms of the steps needed, but not technically complicated. Just slightly tedious, which I'm not editing it, so who cares? I guess that doesn't add to the whole frustration and tedium. Somewhat of an experiment to see how that does. Obviously, I've uploaded the gameplay before on my quote-unquote main channel. To mixed success. Hmm. I've long since accepted that I would not be able to play the amount of games I need to, like, per day to reliably get a game worth putting up. So it's a good thing variety is the name of the game. Could put a specific classic though. That'd be fun. We'll see. There be that. Oh. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also back. Oh. See a new day move. Maybe down slightly for the ending and start playing. And then also thumbnail. And then that's done. Even though I could have done that before, but I forgot about it existing. So yeah. What? Why is it auto translating O to 2? Okay, YouTube. Anyway. Me? I mean, other than it being ridiculously hot, pretty decent. I don't know if I'd qualify it as far as to say good, but not bad. Solidly. Doing solidly. What about yours, Sale? You mentioned something about having a new job, so I imagine that's it would be for me. Moderately to mildly stressful, but hopefully not too much. Yeah, moving the laptop around. I remember those days. I never moved it around, but you know, the concept makes sense. Still haven't started my new job. Oh. Oh. Well, hopefully it won't be super stressful then. I guess now the more accurate way of saying that. You never did say a date of. Oh, did you? I might have forgotten. Memory somewhat selective sometimes. I forget things that I want to remember. That's what it is. I get distracted. Or anxiety. Which is the main reason why these usually don't go, besides my phone battery, I guess, go super long. Is what's it called? I forgot. Moving on. I've been working at the part-time a lot, so I haven't kept in much contact. Contacting on Sunday though. Sunday. Oddly specific. Unless I'm not understanding it super well. This feels like a my brain moment. Do you mind? Thank you. Next week comes when I'm not busy much anymore. Ah, conveniently, it's also when it starts getting cooler, so. I should exist more, is the point. Not a ton. You're not getting like a streamer free day. Don't just. We've been over this. Okay. Been over this. But it's gonna be cooler than it is today. So ideally, video edited, other video finalized and like whatnot, because it's literally already on YouTube. It's essentially a very long clip taken out of the last stream. It's just the entire game. I just need to like trim the edges and make a thumbnail and a title, I guess, and the tags. But yeah, it's mostly an experiment. Working functionally full-time this week. I mean, part-time. You didn't want to tell the new job that? The Pink Panther music just started playing in my head. Yeah. Yeah. Mission Impossible is also an option, but I feel like the Pink Panther works better. It's just a classic. If only I could play it without getting demonetized. Well, not even demonetized, just copyright struck. Which is worse than demonetization, arguably, because it is more final. Pink Panther is awesome. I don't think no, I think I saw the movie once. Not even the, like, new-ish one. Which is still not new. I'm not even gonna look it up to see how long ago that was. But I think it was with the guy who's in Naked Gun? The original Naked Gun? I just remember the whole hamburger bit. Oh, hamburger. Because technically the H is silent in French. I say technically, it's literally silent. I don't think I saw the original though. Maybe. Maybe. A long time ago. I remember the cartoon version for some reason, but I don't really remember the cartoon besides seeing the cartoon version of the Pink Panther. So no explanation for that one. So why the H is silent? Because French people are weird. That's the best I can figure. I don't know. That's just how they pronounce it. It just does not exist. Awesome. I suddenly can't remember the middle section. It's got like an entirely different sound and I just don't use it. This is gonna bug me now. Inch in French. Okay, but okay. Yes, in the alphabet, because otherwise they never use it in words. Ish. Ash, basically, I guess? Supposedly? With a grain of salt. Not how do you pronounce the letter H? Okay, I'm not, whatever. Okay, Google, whatever. English is the best language. Debatable at times. Why am I the hottest thing on earth? I mean, a little bit of ego is healthy. You know, better to have some confidence or, well, we're back to moderation, isn't it? But yeah. So basically, you just don't pronounce the letter H in French because they're weird, and that's the only explanation. Yeah. Confirmed. Can be confirmed though. Google does in fact suck. They leave them low. They just suck everything out of you. Not in a fun way. It's just draining. You should just get rid of France. I mean, I'm mostly on board. I mean, they've done some good. They got some cool French people. Just, you know, the ones in Paris and whatnot that are very snooty towards tourists. Aren't great. Not that tourists are always great either, to be fair. The, I mean, I think they've had a good run. Like, only fair. People often say I have a big ego, but I think they may just be jealous. I couldn't imagine why that would come up. That's weird. Yeah. I think it's, yeah, definitely. But just jealous. Well, envious technically. You need a new French Republic. Oh no. Well, they may have some thoughts on that. I guess technically World War II wasn't another French Republic, so maybe that's less. No, they'd still get annoyed and pissed off, let's be honest. Haters, but I know they still love me in their heart. Yeah. I'm like, everyone loves cats. See, that's just objectively not true. Not everyone loves cats. That's not even getting into cats being the best, it's just not everyone loves cats. Some people are dog people. Some people like parrots and parakeets, which you do you. I find them to be loud and annoying, pretty, but annoying. So, not my personal preference. I wouldn't get one. Don't really care though. Verbatim. I am objectively always right. Everyone loves cats. This is a fact. Agree to disagree. Dogs are generally louder than cats. Yeah, yeah. Of course, I wouldn't advocate having a fox as a pet, of course, you know. I think I mentioned that actually. Foxes don't make great pets for a number of reasons, which are super important, but you know, very free spirited. Tend to stay wild, can't really domesticate. You know, just fox things, really. Just fox things. It's not important. Unlike cats, fully domesticated. Easy. They like to think it was their idea, but you know, they're just lazy. It's really all those cats are just lazy. Yeah. They're more in the camp of why hunt food and get it for myself when I can have the human get it for me, right? Smart. Lazy, but smart. Foxes. Sit somewhere above scavenger and yet still kind of scavenge, but also technically hunt their own prey. we don't like labels, so you know. Okay, big cats are big cats. Those also have not been domesticated. Though there are places in Thailand where you can go in and literally interact with tigers if for some reason you felt like risking your life like that, which my family did. I didn't feel like it, and that's fine because they'd probably sense that and it would not go well. Also, I have the mental image of someone laying on the ground next to a tiger and just their tail, mind you, flopping down onto them. Granted, they like flipped it up and flopped it down, and it sounded somewhat like someone getting punched. So I'm good. Tiger tails are quite strong and muscular, if you're wondering. Pretty heavy. The only debate humans should be having is what kind of cat is the best. Thailand's they're pretty. They do have that. It's kind of a generically Asian trait. Very pretty overall. Not everyone. Some fit more Western standards, I guess you could say. But a lot of them fall under the category of pretty. Obviously, they have other things that I'm for, but if you know, you know. Oh, I don't know. Still too much humidity, though. Still too much humidity. Way too much. And bugs. Like, very large centipedes that run at you when you happen to be hiking through the jungle with your guide. They have they sense heat, in case you're wondering. If you didn't know that, you know. You go on to walk and maybe run into like a 2.5, 3 foot long centipede. For some reason. They sense heat. Yeah. Super cool. Really, really, really cool. Really cool. Super cool. Love it. But, you know, once was enough. Also scorpions. Less of an issue, check your shoes, sort of thing, but humans are pretty in different ways. Cool. If a bug flies, then everything sucks. Yeah. I think I mentioned it. Yeah, no, it was something else, right? I still haven't sprayed the wasps. Need to do that. But we did have the interim of the mud daubers, so like the hornet that makes their nests out of mud, that was making nests in between our door and the screen. It's not really a screen door, it's more solid, but well, it's solid. But the outer door, which was fun. That was an experience. Naturally had to spray it from inside because we couldn't reach it from outside, and by we I mean me. Oh, and there's also yellow jackets who decide to make a nest in the planter in the front, so that's also going to be dealt with. Looking forward to it. Oh, wasps should die. I'm sure they do something, but like I'm not opposed to it. As for where I've traveled, Mexico, Canada, Thailand. Technically, we stopped in South Korea on the way to Thailand, but we didn't leave the airport, so I don't count that. Oh, and Australia. Yeah. And New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand. Haven't been to Europe. But, yeah. It's only Europe and the Middle East I haven't been to, I guess, well, in Africa. Middle East won't be happening for obvious reasons, I think. Europe, well, depends on where. Africa, too many bugs. I'm good. Mosquitoes. What is different? MIS, MIS. QUE, QUE. Oh, there's no E. There's no E at the end. I see. Australian bugs as bad as they say. Oh, right, and South America, which again bugs, so I'm probably good. Sorry, South America. I somehow forgot about you. My bad. It's funny because fur tax is from there, and yeah. You think I'd forget somewhere else like Africa, but no. I was like, surely somewhere's missing. Not the point. Moving on. As far as the Australian bugs, thankfully, did not literally run into any and have an experience. But yeah, they have their reputation for a reason. If you've watched Pars, technically more Pars, I think this channel is. There was plenty of shorts to explain that situation. And being Australian, although I think he's technically on Tasmania, which I haven't been to, he is a little more aware and knowledgeable on it than I would be. We did see some large spiders though. But we also saw large spiders in Thailand. But yeah. There was a zoo in Australia, which naturally featured spiders. It's great. Nailed the seal. Yep. Nailed the seal. Neil the problematic elephant seal. Ah. But was the food good in Thailand? Very. Also cheap, comparatively. So good. I love Thai food in the first place, okay? But it's just so much better. Expensive if you like get it at the resorts and whatnot, which we only went to one because we stayed with family otherwise. Oh, well, we stayed in a hotel in Bangkok. And then with family... Not Phuket. Was it Phuket? No, I forget. But then also Chiang Mai was a resort. For some reason. To ignore him. No. Drive responsibly. Disagree, Banana. Unless you're on a racetrack, but then there's not really a speed limit. Yeah. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's about it though. Otherwise, drive responsibly is always the answer. Unless, you know, emergency, I guess. In which case, it's an emergency. And then you have to do emergency things. I didn't type or text to speech to anything. I'll spare you from my immediate response because it would probably make you blush really hard. I'll do it this once. Bonus points if you could guess what it would be. I can't give you guys points or anything though, because this isn't Twitch. And even then, I don't think you can do that on Twitch. You don't even get points. I'll do that though. You can do that. You can do that repeatedly. But yeah. Everyone's always driving. It's very odd. It's an odd thing. Safe drivers suck. Check. Fair enough. I did have Mexican food today, which was nice. I forget what it technically was, but it was carne asada on like a bed of tortilla chips and a sauce. Chili chiles, I think, is basically it, and then also eggs and some beans. So that was good. I feel like I have a few ideas of what it could be. The solution. Deep-seated trauma. Let's go! Don't eat the lettuce, you make it parasites. True, depending on where you are. I keep forgetting about that. Just gonna get healthy. It's not... I feel like that's not true. Alright. I feel like that's just generically not true. Objectively. Empirically. Empirical evidence might even... Why can you heck off? But yeah, no. You need to be super extremely healthy, okay? Because like, yeah, maybe I'd argue that's not great. But you know, maybe you don't need a ton of salt. The suggestions are there, and then like the food pyramid and whatever, like, you know, just loose suggestions, really. Guidelines, if you will. Misinformation don't do. They're usually right. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Props. You're just gonna have to imagine the squirt bottle, because I don't really have a... I mean, I have one, but I'm not actually squirting it in order to get the sound of me squirting a squirt bottle. Because then I'd have to clean it up. And that's... Where did you even come from, Fly? The door is closed. There's no door that is open. Where did you come from? Traffic suggested. Okay, no, I read that right. Funny, because that still works. Depending on the type of sign. But, lol. Lamau, even. You're right, though. Should break out the newspaper more. Do I have that in? I have to look for it. Oh no, it does exist. I can threaten newspaper. It's not as good because it's like tilting the other way. Yeah, what if I do it this way? Yeah. 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 No, it just translates it. Damn it. Fine. YouTube's boring. Okay, streamers, you can chat in there and chat. Fair, there's usually not a reason to. You'd be listening, and I'd be talking, but you know, it comes in handy sometimes. Was it? Why was? What? How did Cotton Eye Joe get brought up? Huh? No, bad. There's also still speed limits. I wonder. I think on Discord I can use the right one. Discord just uses the right one, I think. Ignoring that Discord is a horrible platform that is slowly, not very slowly, trying to kill itself for some reason. But dog, what are you doing? I don't really need my headset on, which means I could just let my ears breathe, which is nice. I do need to get a sound system at some point. That would be nice. But, you know, that's lower on the priority list by a significant margin. Oh, I did find. One sec. One sec. What do you mean? What do you want to really? You're trying to get your press? Dogs. And does she tell me? No. No. Why would she do that? Oh, weirdo. Hold on. Oh, she's outside now. Would this be averted if she just ate less of their own poop? Yes. Her stomach would thank her immensely. Go back to explaining it to her. What else? Yeah, isn't what the, really taking off my headset? Was that violent? Alright. Isn't Kanai Joe the guy from the popular hit game Fortnite? What? First off, I wouldn't know. Second off, oops, wrong direction. What? How do we get to Fortnite of all things? She, also do sometimes, but she does literally eat poop and then try and rub her face on us. So you know. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, not great. Pretty sure Goku and Boruto's dad are from Fort. But why Boruto's dad? Boruto. Why? Just the series is named after him. The original one, obviously. Yes, I do believe Fortnite is from Fortnite. Shocking, I know. But it's from Fortnite. I'm disappointed in you. 12-minute W update. I still don't know how it's distributing colors. It's kind of interesting. It's a question I'll never get answered, but isn't Fortnite from Fortnite? But they're multiplying. I don't know what to tell you, they're multiplying. And now we're advocating, well, I say we, you are advocating breaking. I'm not. Please no spite YouTube. I'm being good. Okay. Like my default setting. I'm mischievous, sure, but you know, work within the laws. I should shut up now. Anyway. Only bringing home the food. Wow, I wasn't aware that Baseline was your father. Seeing as Mexican ancestry and you don't have any Mexican ancestry. You, in fact, I'm pretty sure you have Italian ancestry. Your wife does. That's... Oh, you know, I'm just... no, it's not important. I'm just gonna leave that there. I could also just sit here like this. I could. No reason to, but I could. It's just a myth. The CA tells us there's nothing as big happy families. He said he was going to be my new dad after I told you guys my parents split. I don't remember that, but I believe you. Because that's not the sort of thing I remember. Apparently all of chat, Baseline, congratulations. They're digital? Yes? Like they're real somewhere, but I don't know. For all intents and purposes here, they're digital. I guess that saves on food and shelter. Utilities. We are not calling Baseline the chat daddy. This is not happening. I'm vetoing it. Months ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, I get the ADHD where I don't remember the random stuff like that. It has to be an impactful thing, not just random. And then I remember it. No, it's no, it's not. That is in fact not his new nickname. I'd say what I do to deserve this, but I could think of multiple things that I did realistically. It's only fair, honestly. I can't even say anything. Daddy chat line is something I just had to read. Yeah. Why is it actually translate baseball to baseball? Okay, sure, why not? Of course you would toss the 25 in. No, I'm again vetoing Chat Daddy 25. This is no. No. First off, that implies that there's 24 others. Which I'm sure would never get misconstrued at all. Oh, it's gonna become a thing now, isn't it? No, I just had to say something. I had to. I just had to. It's my own fault. Yep. Well, that's all it is. I don't know which one is worse. Because, like, Chat Poppy 69 is pretty bad, but it's, like, obviously jokey bad. And while the baseline Pappy feels, like, more southern, it almost feels worse somehow. I don't know why. I don't know why that feels worse, but it does. I just almost clicked on the wrong thing to try to move myself. Yep. Oh no. So is this gonna be like a one-time bit, or is this gonna be like a continuously brought up thing? Just out of curiosity, for no particular reason. Happy can have its own slogan and make ringing its purse. You literally remembered that he said he would be your dad months ago. I'm supposed to believe you're gonna forget this? No, I don't believe you. I'm sure it'll come up at some point, and if you don't, Charlie will. You can remember all of this. Oh, thank God. My entire chat is ADHD, and so there's a flip. It's a coin flip. Will anyone remember it? Or not? Who knows? This has upsides and downsides. Oh. You try to hide from me. My parents just got divorced basically my dad, then immediately left to get milk, and I haven't seen or heard from him since. You haven't seen him, period! So you totally gotta check out his golf streams. Yeah. When he does them. Because the whole fixing that. Wait, no, you got the new camera, and that's right. I was curious though, how the hell did you get it to just take up like the top left-hand corner of the screen? Because that was interesting. Also not ADHD, just crazy. Fair enough. I'm not sure what the difference is really, other than one's more easily diagnosed medically, but I mean. Not really better or worse, arguably. The same result. Onto the stream on, I shall follow. Yep, on Twitch. I don't think I can. I think it's baseline 25. I feel like a red logo. This is baseline 25. But yeah. So the two lurking groups have to deal with us. Shh, the secret. First off, bad. We talked about this. Second, I got distracted. Went to therapy or had healthcare and visited doctors, then I get at least 2 diagnoses. Not 3? Just want to shoot for 2 and like end there? Like the power of 3 and all that is very powerful, so you know. I'm just saying, if you're going to have 2 diagnoses, like why not just add a 3rd one? Isn't one of the markers technically the Pretty Fox? No, because YouTube works differently than Twitch. Actually, even on Twitch, if you're watching through like using what is it called? I don't remember what it's called. I have not opened this in forever, so we're gonna find out together. Creator dashboard on Twitch. Captions are now enabled on your clips. Oh dear God, why? What do you mean? I mean, technically good, except for the part where it's probably going to be AI. So yeah, that's a thing. 06 followed you 17 days ago. You thought I wouldn't notice. I wouldn't have, but now here we are. Set records. I've streamed it over a year. Has it really been that long? What? Oh. Oh no. Analytics. Overview. Well, if I ever start streaming on Twitch again, which would probably be as a, what's it called? Dual stream? Is dual stream that I don't remember. Basically both at the same time. Clean slate. Kind of, sort of. Yeah. So I guess there you go. Multi-platform. There we go. Yay, misreading things. But no, he made it safely because he definitely wasn't typing on his phone while driving. That'd be illegal. And dangerous. Don't ask why I focused on one over the other. Fuck things. Anyway. Yeah, multi-platform stream. Yeah, well. You know, if I just don't acknowledge it, then like surely it doesn't get remembered, right? Like then it's fine. Nope, still there. Okay. Well, here's what it is. Oh well, you don't have an excuse. Nope, I don't have any excuse there either. Oh, I have water too. Okay. Not acknowledging it just makes us want to do it more. Probably true. It's probably true. I just can't win, is the thing here, which is makes me want to try to win more because thank you, brain. But also, I know that there's really no way to win technically, other than just embracing it. But then that feels like a loss because that wasn't the plan. So, pride or winning? I do have plenty of material that I could throw your way. Mostly deserved too. I mean, I haven't even shot you in game recently. So, like, you know, if anything, you're due. I'm just. It's backlog. Not that I keep notes. I wouldn't remember to keep notes. But, you know, I do remember occasionally randomly. So, there's that. Do anything if you admit cats are the greatest. I won't. So, cry about it? I don't know. It's not happening. Because they're not. They are simply cool. Cats are cool. Cool cats. They aren't the greatest, though. I literally just said they're cool. Like, that's... You can't even begin to conflate that to saying that I'm a cat hater. If anything, I'm a cat moderate enjoyer, just not, you know, the greatest. That should be us. I need to figure out the recording stuff and get crazy lucky on Buddhism. So I can go back to gaming and streaming. I don't even want viral, honestly. Viral is too much. Just, you know, just actual slow growth would be nice. I'm aware of my flaws. I need practice gaming up the chat anyway. Viral is overrated, but yeah. It's really weird. I can't see the message below Joker. You know, I actually can't see the ones below that either. I can only see Joker's message. It's really weird. I want to make money from YouTube so I cannot work my work. Relatable, except for the fact that I don't have anywhere to work, so I would just be earning money, which is nice. Yeah. Let's go. I stand by that it is more accessible than most people think, but most people think about being like the top 0.5% or so, which could happen, but that's not the like sustainable. If you work at it and do good work, you can pretty guaranteed get there. That's the... You need to get really lucky and also be good at the right time in the right place. So not looking for that. If it happens, it happens. But okay, you say top 75%, but you're not considering how many people actually do YouTube and Twitch. So I'd say realistically, is top 10 even enough? Top 10%? Because there's just ways to consistently make money on YouTube. Obviously, there's faceless channels everywhere. But I thought you were dead. Why? How are you all? Whatever. So I don't actually know. I'd have to look that up for the percentage. Can you heck off fly? Of course not. Of course you couldn't. Whatever. As long as I praise the cat lords. No. No. No, not happening. Smug face that I can't really not make. I have to like consciously not do that because the settings on the vtuber model. But you know, it's better than the alternative, which is not having facial expressions. So I'll work with it. It may lead to me perpetually frowning, which would be awkward when I actually get my own model eventually, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Streaming weird. Yeah, okay, I watched that clip. And that's just for Twitch, mind you. It was like some million per month of people who went live. I mean, I think it was intended as a stupid idea and like kind of memey, but Ludwig being Ludwig has actually taken it seriously, which is... Love that. I think that's really cool. No, that was just Twitch. That was just Twitch. Right, and the top 10,000 was making like 3,000 a month, 3 to 5,000, somewhere in there. Maybe like 3,500 or something. 3,600, 3,600, I think it was, a month, mostly off of sponsorships. It's funny because I literally never watch any of the larger YouTubers or streamers, but I keep seeing them in clips and whatnot. I'm still not gonna watch them because it's not really the thing that I do, but yeah, I could say that I like Ludwig. He hasn't done anything that's too egregious. I don't know if the tip-to-tip thing in China was the smartest thing to do in the world, but you know, they survived somehow. 70% of money off sponsors? Yeah. Yeah. Like, it used to be more ads, now it's more sponsorships. Like, Twitch subs was solid, it was like a couple thousand a month. This is like for Ludwig. And then ads was a little bit more than that. Was it like 8K, I want to say? There's one other thing that I don't remember, and then there were sponsors, which was 800,000. I don't know if that was over a year or a month, but I think it was a month. Because Ludwig, well, he's spending like 300 something thousand a month on like payroll and whatnot. Yeah, for the month of June. So sponsorships is where you make the most money, which is why a lot of the people who start getting larger and like make some progress, but don't look for sponsorships, kind of peter out, because then they wonder why they're not making more, or they just don't know how to speak to like sponsors or whatever, which you should get a contract lawyer, by the way. Right. I do think that you can overdo sponsorships and how you implement them into videos and whatnot, because like most of them want to be mentioned. Fair, but like there's a good implementation of, hey, your sponsorship, and then there's not so good. YouTube over sanitation. I don't entirely know what you mean by that, though. YouTube over sanitation. I want to be sponsored by Okay. Fair enough. If it ends with the way they do the sponsorships, that too. YouTube demonetizes everything. That is also true, which is funny because they still get out of it. But you know, making anything like World War II history related or combat related is a really good way to get demonetized on YouTube, because hey, what's the worst thing that could happen by not knowing about the past, right? It's not like you're doomed to repeat it or anything. I mean, it's silly. First thing the first minute of video should not be a problem. That is more of a thing pushed by sponsors. Well, like the ad revenue, the people who are paying for advertisements thing. So it seems stupid, and it is kind of stupid, but they're thinking from the like advertise to everyone, and like parents wouldn't like something like that. They don't understand how YouTube works or what it even really is. So yeah. Now that's specifically for ad revenue. There's plenty of sponsors you could get through swearing that aren't even bad. YouTube also demonetized it. They do, but they do because the people who are paying for the ads then won't put ads on it, and they want them to put ads so that they can get paid, so then they demonetize it and disincentivize you from doing that, so then they can put more ads on. It's stupid, but it makes sense. And that it's makes sense logically, not that that's how that should work, to be clear. It's about as messed up as current copyright law, which is... Oh boy, copyright law. Never mind that YouTube's copyright system is complete dog shit and that basically anyone can make a claim, and the only way to disprove the claim is to give them all of your information. Yeah. Anyway. This terminal's gonna have a potty mouth. Okay. I expected that joke sooner. I'm disappointed that it took so long. The Hapa Valley. But it totally comes in clutch sometimes. Feels like a specific reference, but yeah, I mean, sometimes it does its job. It's just outdated. The laws themselves are outdated. That needs to be revamped at some point. Looking at you, specific small mouse wielding company. Yeah. Used to be like 25 years that something would stay copyrighted. As far as characters like that. They got to push to 75 because surely nothing bad happens if one entity can ride the wave off of one thing that only they can use, and then it doesn't kill creativity or anything, surely, which has no knock-on effects like the rather lackluster movie industry and games industry that we've had for a while now. Wonder why that happened. I wonder. Should I even read them? But yeah, a ton of our laws are outdated. I'm not a coward, whatever. I'll talk as dirty as Poppy Sherman wants me to. I'll have a porta potty mouth. Porta potty mouth for the right amount of money. Yeah, what if I just read it off? Nonchalantly. Or even specific tone of voice, but no. Why then? Who wins then? Even if you clip it, which you can technically supposedly do on YouTube, but you really also can't. It doesn't exist. I don't know. Maybe you need to be monetized. Who knows? But even if you could, I'd still be winning. So, you know, I'm just saying. How could I hate big corporations? Because they suck. How does the chat board thingy work? It feels random. It's theoretically... We read this off last time, I think. Oh, the wrong thing. Theoretically. How do you get on the leaderboard? You need to collect experience points or XP by sending live chat messages and sending super chats and super stickers. So my guess is if you paid, it would get you more XP. Otherwise, the typing seems somewhat ambiguous. Because baseline has 175, you have 150, Joker has 150. So technically you and Joker are neck and neck, but I don't know if it does it in like 10-point increments, 5-point increments, 25-point increments, whatever. I don't know. Need to go to bed. I'll work on reading that animated top voice for next time. Save it for your videos, nerd. You gotta catch attention somehow. I also need to do more practice for voice acting, to be fair. It's kind of an important thing for VTubers. Expressing emotion. Have to be modern day child. Have to be modern day child labor. That doesn't make sense, but you know, I think I get what you mean. I need you to disagree with me whenever she disagrees with me. Don't judge. No, I'm gonna judge plenty. I think I think you deserve judgment. My bases? Scroll up a bit. You'll know it when you see it. You'll know it when you see it. Yeah. He's supervising the emplacement of a fence. Joker's biased. He has a cat. He has multiple cats. He also had a dog, then. He has cats. So, well, he had a cat. Cat? Dog is a kid, too. If anything, he's a fence sitter. Like, he's owned both. I'm just saying. He's owned both. I've only owned dogs. Owned is a strong term here because I've never actually bought them, which sounds weird to say, but is technically true. I guess we also technically didn't buy two of them, we found them. One. Each have an OnlyPods account? Do I need to start asking you if you're a furry? Is that a thing that I need to like put on the table? It's like, I mean, no judgment, but I'm just to clarify. They probably saw the error in their ways. Oh, no. Also, hello. Alright, I'm going. Oh, 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's longer than I thought. 33%. You don't think you're what? Well, oh god feels a little extra. Like that's a little extra. Also, it's technically Kemi no Kemi or something. Whatever. It's only the ear. Oh, okay, and the tail. Ears and the tail. Ah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Oh god, how do I do this on YouTube? I could hide user in this channel. There we go. That works. I follow a Fox streamer. You may be a furry. Again, Kemi no Kemi or whatever. I should. Does knowing the correct word make it better or worse from like a furry standpoint? I don't have huge defense for myself, I'll be honest. But and when I followed the Fox streamer before the Fox streamer was a Fox streamer. Is that even true? Because I really streamed as a non-Fox streamer. Unless you mean old YouTube. In which case, I guess technically, yeah. Yeah, that was a bot. Which I had a feeling. Man, YouTube, just let people get usernames back. Come on. I refuse to believe there's a good reason to not. Not a problem for me because, you know, I went with an original name. Yeah. I'm creative like that. But, yeah. What were we talking about? You went to ban and realized it wasn't Twitch. I don't have you added as a moderator. Do you want to be a moderator? Because I can do it. It's a simple click. And then you can go to sleep, because you're supposed to. But, you know, answer the question first. You know, saying. Come on, chap. Only if you forgive me if I'm on the wrong account. What does that even mean? Did you make an entirely different account for 06? The other one set up. So later then. Wouldn't let you change the name? Really? Huh. Surprised, because I mean, I can change mine. Doesn't change the, like, back-end name, technically. But maybe it's different because the streamer? I don't know. Huh. Anyway, go to sleep, nerd. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Type it in for new account, it works fine. Well, you know. Should actually do a Q&A at some point, shouldn't I? There's an idea. I'd have to schedule that, though. That'd only feel fair. Like, I'm all for spontaneity and all of that, but... Already I was gonna do another post. I haven't done a post in forever. I forgot. That was random. It was random from you. It wasn't random for me because I was clicking on the little plus sign thing in between the add emotes and the whatever the hell the cheer thing is on the right side, which says engage with the audience. One of the options is start a poll, the other one is start a Q&A. I have no idea what that means, so I should probably look into that more, but might as well. I'm very good at planning things. Future things. And then realizing that I don't really have what I need to do, or need to have in order to do the thing that I plan to do, and then therefore can't do the thing, which is very frustrating. Which isn't great with ADHD. Because then I don't feel like doing it because I can't do the thing that I wanted to do the way I wanted to do it. Or is that autism? One of the two. Not sure. Could be either. Or both. Maybe it's both. And I didn't hit the double? Double negative. Okay. I was going to mention earlier. I forgot again. Gotcha. But then you go to sleep. Look, there's only enough room here for one person with a completely messed up sleep schedule. And I at least have the excuse of it being hot and I don't have AC. So it's kind of hard to fall asleep when it's like 80 degrees in my room. Just, you know, just as an aside. Which reminds me, I have to turn the fan. so that it starts pointing out of the room and taking all of the hot air with it. Hopefully. I almost sat at the arm of my chair. Don't mind me. Not the point. Not important. Moving on. Alrighty. Do I need my phone battery for anything else today? I don't think so. It's 68 where you are. Happy for you. Yeah. It was 85 earlier, so it was like 82. It was like 82. Like, whatever. It's still hot because sun directly on my room wall is outside, and you know, adding to the list of things that this house is not great at, air circulation. Yeah. But that is, please, mouse, I swear. Alright, I have an appropriate response to this somewhere. It's here somewhere. It's a little further down. I really need Discord to let you make folders for memes. The GIFs, technically. That works. There we go. It's almost 80 in my room. 100% bugs though. Do you not have a screen on your window? In which case, my condolences, but also... How? But also more more condolences, technically, yeah. But my condolences. Add more cat gifts. Not happening. They will come if they come. There's already plenty of cat gifts. There's also fox gifts. There's also dog gifts. I'm not prejudiced, okay? If it works, it works. I'm not above using something that isn't technically fox related, okay? If it's good. I don't have that big of an ego. I'm not that committed to the bit, okay? Like, relax. Just a little bit. Okay. Night Joker. Well, they're gonna have to call you 06 soon, which I need to come up with a better nickname. I need to shorten that, but that's not the point. Get, go, chew, go to sleep. Yes, or something. I don't know. Oh. 0. Yes. Go to sleep. Or your nick. I'm just gonna call you Ro. Or Arrow. Yeah. So go to sleep. Or I'm gonna get ideas. It'll be funny for me, less so for you. You know, it's not bad. Zyro's not bad. It has potential. I don't know if sold it entirely, but I could see it. There's a world. Didn't at first, but I got there. Maybe a bit of a stretch though. Either way. I think that does make you. How do I give it 5 more minutes? It's 5 more minutes could work. Because then it's a nice, neat 4 hours. Which sounds nice. On the other hand, that's talking for 5 more minutes. I don't have that much water left. I arguably should have been drinking more in the first place. Also, ow. Arguably need to talk more because my jaw is sore from talking. I took a break. It was a week off because of heat. That's it. That's all. I also didn't really talk to anybody. Okay, you know what? That's fair. That's fine. I think it's mostly from. Well, is it from biting the cheek? Hard to say, but I think not. I think it's mostly from. What's it called? Trying to keep it closer eye in terms of the voice and how that sounds and keeping that consistent. Because I have it. Okay. So it's partially from like tensing up because anxiety, which I do. Which then makes it harder to maintain voice, which technically strains it slightly. But not like hurt, more like sore, which technically is also a thing that happens when you're doing voice training. Because it's not where you're used to speaking and whatnot, and it's different muscles and all of that. So it's arguably a good thing. Minorly inconvenient at the moment, but long-term, good thing. So I'm pretty averse to pain, generally speaking, which is funny considering I used to play hockey pretty regularly. Don't try and figure out how that works, as I dive in front of fucks and whatnot. But welcome to my brain. My brain doesn't make them. It's very unique, and it likes being unique. It doesn't have to try super hard to be unique, which is convenient, but you know, the fact remains. Contradictory fox will be contradictory. It is what it is. It is Friday though, isn't it? It is Friday. So would I want to delay putting the video? No, because I'm not gonna have like a scheduled day for that. I think the one that's up already, I will put out when I get it trimmed down and the thumbnail finished, and then the other one that I recorded today, I should maybe Wednesday? Wednesday might be good. Yep. Surely it hasn't actually been months. Surely. Any kind of posting schedule? Ideally, but I've also learned at this point that until I like get the whole the process. That I should probably focus more on just making them and doing a good job of them being consistent over setting like a specific going to post on this day regularly sort of thing. Which may just never be a thing other than more like a sort of general, it's been this many days since the last one, it'll probably be another one. June 21st. Yep. The last one I posted was June 21st. That's not months, that's a month. It's almost... Actually, it's just over a month, because it's 21st, and then it's the 24th.
But yeah, no, look,
I'm on to you.
You again.
I'm on to you. Yeah. I still don't know what the hell I'm doing on the main channel, the quote-unquote main channel. It has kind of been a running joke that my quote-unquote second channel, the VOD channel, is for multiple times had more subscribers and consistency than the main channel. Don't know why it worked out that way, but it has. So here we are. But we're 2 minutes over 4. So in the interest of probably also making food some point tonight, which I should do, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. And if you want to know when I stream or post videos, YouTube is kind of weird about actually telling you whether or not the video was posted, so it's still true. You should join the Discord. It's quiet, but you get notifications, so you know. It's arguably somewhat bait, but not technically. Working a video. That one should just be out tomorrow unless I really can't think of, yeah, what to do for the thumbnail, but that should be out, so you get to see the gameplay of last stream, which, I mean, you could also just watch that game of the last stream. It's up to you. Actual one soonish. By the way, if you just need, get some sleep. Yes, it's coming from me, I'm aware. Irony. Still, do as I say, not as I do. And sometimes as I do, and not as I... We'll just leave that there. Anyway. Later.